All right, it is day 2, starting off in the inn. And I just realized that the resting system has changed a bit. You stay in the inn for a certain amount of time, and then you get the well rested buff instead of having to be logged out and get a certain percentage back as rested, which is a good change and explains why there are so many people sitting in the inn at any given point in time while logged in. So, as I said, it is day 2. Yesterday, we spent most of the day just doing the initial leveling zones, which have improved quite a bit. I think the I think the Bronzebeard and Conquest of Azeroth changes or updates to the starting zones, adding those little towns. They're not really little actually. They feel like mini capital cities, to be honest, for those starting zones. So it makes the environment feel much more alive, and dare I say, it kind of meets the things being sold by the dev team of being a more immersive world. The quest density, though, is like the biggest improvement, in my opinion. There are just quests everywhere. And it's not necessarily less work to get your levels, but what it does ensure is that you always have something to do. You're not lost or confused, especially whenever you get to those points where you're kind of towards the end of the quest in that zone, but you're not quite to the level for the following area. That has always been like a problem in World of Warcraft in general. And you either have to go like grind out EXP on some mobs or do something else. But because there's so many quests now, you really don't get that issue. The only mistake I made was in this next area for the Night Elf zone. I did not go well. The problem I made in this area was I started doing the harder quest. So I was like level 13 and I was going up to quests where the mobs were level 16, 17, and even 18. And instead, I should have spent time just going towards the more appropriate level quest. And I did a couple dungeons. I think I completed like 2 or 3. We hit up all 3 of the starting dungeons essentially. We did Wailing Caverns, Gadget, what's it called? Nomergon, that's right. And the Stockades. Stockades was kind of hard, to be honest. We had a lot of mass pulls, and that felt kind of bad on the cultists, and I'll talk a little bit about that, why it felt like that. And after that, we come out at level 18. So I am at the appropriate level to go finish those harder quests. They're kind of up here on the map, but as you can see, we have plenty of quests to do still. So I could come down here and do some easier ones if I want, but the harder ones are up this way. So I think we're gonna go do those and try to get level 20. And the big reason why is because I want to get this shadow training passive. The healing done by Eldritch of Mending and Gaze of Cthulhu, those are our castable heals. Eldritch of Mending has a cast time, which we can do away with it with another talent, and then Gaze of Cthulhu is instant, and it's kind of like a chain heal. And boosting the healing of those will make them worth pressing. As of right now, it's almost not even worth using those at all. But even when we do get this passive, it will make them a nice buffer or like a emergency button to push. But that's not the real reason I want the Shadow Training passive. The main reason is that second part. We are now unable to miss, and our attacks cannot be parried or dodged. So essentially, we get hit and expertise capped for free, which makes sense because we kind of want to be gearing up for like a lot of intellect, and we're a healer. We shouldn't have to be going for like hit and expertise. I guess we'll go ahead and talk about the other talents that I'm in right now. First, we have Malevolence. You have to take it, and it is now our main or only method, I believe, of applying Black Blood to our allies. Before the changes to Cultists, we got Black Blood, Black Blood added to allies. I believe it was just through Blade of the Empire, It also stacked up multiple times, and it was like the main source of all of our healing. Now we just apply it whenever we cast Malevolence. I honestly hate casting Malevolence. It feels kind of clunky to me, but now it just kind of fits in our rotation. And the problem with Cultist before, it wasn't really a problem. I felt like Cultist was great to play. It was fun, but the most healing or most effective thing you could do was just to spam Malevolence, which was just boring to me, along with some other things. I personally like the playstyle that was like resetting my abilities, like Blade of the Empire, and I like going the Tentacle route, which has also been kind of cut down. We can't spawn as many tentacles as we used to. But I digress on that. Let's talk about the here and now. So we have to take Malevolence. And then for the early levels, I've decided to go down the left side of the tree first. Damage dealt by Blade of the Empire now heals the lowest health ally for 35% of the damage. Because we are pressing Blade of the Empire quite a bit. It's the easiest way to stack up Sanity. We get 20 per hit of that, as opposed to 10 from Malevolence, which has a cast time. So that allows us to use Sanity Tap, which gives us our mana back, which is a struggle in the early game whenever we don't have a lot of intellect and our mana pool is kind of low. And then next, I think it's mandatory that our third point goes into Abyssal Covenant. We just have to have this on the tank. It essentially makes 10% of all of our damage. Well, it transfers it to us, transferring 10% of all the damage taken by them to you, which is the Cultist. And then 20% of all of our damage is converted into healing. So it's like a dark beacon of light, and it's something that we really need to keep the tank up, which is super important, especially in the early game. And then the other option, or the next talent point, I put in Dark Protection, which means that the tank, the person who has Abyssal Covenant, now gets 20% increased healing. Just because this super early game, I think that is like the person and the place where most of our healing needs to go to. Now, the other option would have been to go down the right side here. You now heal the lowest health ally affected by your Black Blood for 50% of our auto attack damage. At low levels, that's like not a lot. And we're not really concerned with healing the group as much as we would if we were in like a raid situation. So this is something we'll definitely pick up down the line, or at least I would like to pick up because I like being like the raid healer. But not right now. It's way less impactful, I think, than essentially smart spot healing with our Blade of the Empire, which does a lot more damage than our auto attacks. And we get that plus 95 heal. So this is just a way better thing to take early on. And then, we could have also put our fourth point over here in Twisted Sanity if we didn't come down this way. If we just did 1, 2, 3, 4. But again, the tentacles, we have one right now. We can't spawn like a lot or make them last longer, and the damage is probably pretty low. So I just don't think it's that impactful, and it's more of a group healing thing. So that's where my talents are at right now. As for the Cultist tree on the left side, we have to take Void Shield. Mana cost for Void Shield, I do use Void Shield whenever the tank pulls an initial group of mobs, especially if it's a larger group. I'll just put on the Void Shield to give me time to apply Black Blood and kind of get my engine going there. Or if I just don't feel like I need it, I won't use it until it's more of like an emergency tool if the tank's about to take a lot of damage. Effectiveness of our Whispers. Our Whispers are kind of like our blessings. So Whispers of Isharj, that's the one that gives us mana, so it's like a blessing. Wisdom, that's the word I'm looking for, is blessing of wisdom. So it normally gives 10 mana every 5 seconds, but now because I have that talent, it gives us 12, which is kind of nice. We do like to get our mana back. As a healer, we do run into issues with that right now, but between Sandy Tap and this, we are pretty good now. Gift of Cthulhu, just 4% more damage, which turns into healing, and then our healing itself gets buffed, so it's kind of like a double buff through this one. And then for the next point, we can't go further down until we do 4 more points. And I just took Mass Nightmare. At low levels, it could be useful to kind of stop the influx of damage if a large group is pulled. And we can interrupt spellcasting. So it's a nice little interrupt there as well. So that's it for my talents at level 18. At level 20, it should be really good with this Shadow Training passive, because there were definitely times during dungeons where I needed to get the heals out, the tank was dying, and whenever you get uh, like a miss on like a hard hitting ability, or like your malevolence misses, or I don't use Hammer of Twilight a lot in dungeons now, but if that misses, or like some of your Entropic Slam hits, that's just so much healing that doesn't go through whenever you need it. I think my next point would put in Malevolent Power, so that way I can always have that Eldritch Mending buff, which makes it become instant cast, so I can have that as like an emergency heal. Since we'll be doing a lot of dungeons while leveling, I think that's going to be useful. And I think we're going to keep going down probably. Well, we have to put 4 more points in, so probably put another one in the Blade of Yaxaron to get more healing off of that. I actually don't like the Eldritch Eye. There was a talent like this before that allows us to get instant cast on Eldritch Mending and Malevolences. I didn't really care for it. I just don't like these kinds of abilities in general. So we may start putting points on the right side after we put 2 over here. Maybe we will put 2 in these other talents that I speculated on prior. So I just like to be as passive as possible in these sorts of characters or these sorts of builds. But we are now good to go to start leveling. I think it would just be good to get level 20 through doing some leveling in this area. And then we can go back into dungeons, because maybe we'll get some different dungeons, as well as not have to worry about missing. So let's cruise on up here and do these harder ones. We got our well-rested buff. Maybe we could have stayed in the inn to get the buff refreshed for 2 more minutes. But oh well. So these guys were messing me up pretty bad last time. Oh no, not these guys, the humans a little bit further up. There's quite a few quests now that are like, go kill 5 of these, 10 of these, etc. Oh, is this a good upgrade? No, it's not. So one change that I do not like from Bronzebeard is the adventure caches, like that you get for doing quests. They will just give you just like honestly useless stuff. Um, For example, I have. Well, here, let's do these adventure satchels. What did we get from that? Rejuvenation potion. Empty vials, like these crafting materials that you can just get from vendors and stuff. That is just not, it doesn't feel very good when you get that. We really need to kill 20 of these bears? Holy. I think these striders drop the things we need. It's just not marked on them. Yeah. I wish there was a smarter option for the tentacles, because they will just passively, they're like always on aggressive. And the rested is just from killing monsters. So I wonder if we lose that if we go into a dungeon. Because that seems like it would be pretty good in the dungeon. Oh, the other thing I forgot to mention is the sanity tap. Uh, it is 20% of missing mana. So we do want to prioritize it whenever we are low, like below, I would say like 30%. Because that 20% missing mana isn't very much if you're only missing, 10, 20%. So like we just got 16% back right there when I used it. I was at 16, I went up to 32. Which costs less mana right now. Malevolence does. Man, we really need that passive. Electropeller water sample. Okay. Do we have a thing to get a sample? All right. Wonder how close we actually have to be to the. Yeah, we have to actually be at the waterfall. Do I have to go down there? I think I do. Think I might just finish up the easy quest right here before going into dungeons. It is not the cultist that I remember, but it is still good. It still works like the DPS hybrid, like passive healer that I want it to be. So, still liking it. if you joined later, I did go over my talents and like what I'm using right now. I don't know if it's rewindable. Want to check that out, but right now I'm just going down the left side right here. I'm trying to go as much passive as possible, pressing Eldritch Mending and Gaze of Cthulhu as little as possible. Even before that was the play, you wanted to boost everything else. Yoink. Seeing a lot of Venomancers on this launch. Okay, Worn Parchment. These are the guys that were kicking my butt yesterday. So now we are leveled above them after doing the dungeons, so... Alright, let's do that. Get our Herald of Depths going. I have not gone into the settings to see if there's an interface option for my resource. Because before it was automatic. But now we don't have the little insanity bar by default anymore. Oh, I didn't get the other parchment. There it is. Am I honored with Nomergan Exiles? Okay. Two quests. The quest density is crazy. See? Quest log full. We'll abandon this one. We can get that one back. All the dungeon ones we can just abandon. Just pick those back up from the pet. I never finished that one anyways. We'll keep that one because we have progressed on it. And we haven't done... We'll need to turn left at Stockades next time we go in there. Alright, hopefully that's enough room. I mean, if we really wanted a plus, you know, experience, would have been nice if they upped the quest cap or maybe even removed it, you know? Oh my goodness, the dodges. I think they also changed something with like the calculus in terms of missing and you know, getting parry, dodge. It just feels like it happens all the time now. Dodge, parry, see? Dodge, parry. Do I have a blessing on? I do not. Can I abyssal myself? No, I cannot. That'd be broken. Guess I should be bringing out my tentacle, even though it's going to put me in perma combat if anything spawns near it. Sure, let's get in the group. See? Oh, this guy's big. Let's go into Herald. Yes, face that way so I can't get parried. I think our combat text for heals is also turned off. Why is that mob down there? Combat text. Healing. There we go. Yeah, see that one blade of the Empire healed for 200, which that is just a lot better than those other two talents that I could have taken. I think we just need to wait for that other mob to spawn. Plans, huh? Are the plans down here? They drop off of that named mob. Pretty sure they do. Looks like they do. All right. Very nice. Now we just need to kill more of the protectors. Need more of the weapons. And we need to get more of kill more of the other ones. And honestly, if we turn in these or the other ones, we might be pretty close to level 20. And I wouldn't mind going back into dungeons, being really close to it, as long as we can get that talent early on. I'm just tired of missing. We do get the entropic slam buff still, where we get like increased crit. I don't think it gives a heal over time anymore though. Whenever you hit people with your Gaze of Cthulhu, used to give them like a heal over time. Let's go into Herald mode. Herald is 45-second cooldown. I wonder if we still have the talent to go automatically in the Herald. And we can do like a reset on it. Get back to back. And what do we got left? Do I need to be looting something for these weapons? Or they just drop? Are these the things that we loot them on? Whoa, how did I not pull that guy? I did, okay. We might skip the weapon one. It's not look like they're dropping very well. I don't think Entropic Slam used to cost any insanity whatsoever before, because we would just rotate it in. See, look at all that parry, miss. Miss, dodge. So imagine this in the dungeon, and your tank's dying. It's horrible. Yeah, I do have a build video on the channel. Obviously, it's out of date since the changes, but once I get a better grasp of this at later levels and see how like the talents and stuff shake out, I will make an updated video. But, you know, if you're just hanging out right now, stick around and you can see it in real time. We're just waiting to get to level 20 to go back into dungeons, because you see all these dodges and misses and everything. We're trying to get the shadow training passive so we get free capped hit and expertise. Essentially, we can't miss or be dodged or parried anymore. So malevolence gives you black blood, if that's what you mean. So see, black blood. However, none of the other direct healing effects, like the lowest ally and stuff, I have not noticed that that works. So glaive, what else do I need? Scimitar. All right, my buddy over here is pulling things. See, like that Blade of Empire hit from Blade of Yaxaran. It affected my ally. See if I can get another one. That's about it. Oh, you know what? I might, before we do dungeons, I might want to relog so that I can get recount loaded. One thing with add-ons, even if they're from the launcher, sometimes you need to tick the box for load out-of-date add-ons. That way, well, recounts the one that you always have to do that with. Because I want to analyze like what sort of heals are doing the most. See what's worth pressing and what's worth not pressing. Ooh, intellect crit strike. That seems cool. Where is this thing going? Holy. Alright. We just need to kill more sorceresses. No, are we done? Naga Pike. Who does the pike? Warrior, sorceress. Who drops the pike? Mirrodin. Myrmidons. Let's go into this mode because we're about to pull a lot. Let's give ourselves a shield. We might die here. Unless we do this. So see, I am staying alive. Oh no. That may have done me in. Pulling that extra mob. Oh no, we're still here. I think I actually did get a heal from that. Yeah, actually I am getting heals from that, so I correct my statement. The Blade of Yogg-Saron does seem to be working on me as well. Are you kidding me? The spawn rates are a little crazy right now. Alright, well, there you go. That was a very good example of, yes, this stuff. Oh my goodness. This is why I don't like to use Tentacle. Okay. We are finally free of this area. Let's go turn in all these. And it looks like a lot of quests, but it probably will not get us very far into the next level. All right, got us about 41% into the next level, which isn't bad. Now let's see what kind of garbage you get from these caches. 5 adventurers caches. We get melon juice, heavy leather, nectar. Oh, something somewhat usable, but not the stats we want. And then hot spices, which is the most garbage drops we could ever get. Vendor crafting materials. Don't get me wrong, I like the idea of getting like leveling crafting materials and stuff, but I want to see more. Like I want to get like 15 stacks heavy leather or something crazy like that, you know? Or like the harder to find materials. No, we don't get credit for killing the bears. Some things share credit, some things don't. And I've noticed that the Gaze of Cthulhu, it does like a graphic like that. See, like it bounces to an ally. I don't think it actually heals them though. Yeah, I think Dark Surgeon and this it plays kind of similar, without the combo abilities. And if I'm not mistaken, those had like a huge AoE heal combo that they could do. This one's very much like every single ability, every single damage ability is just like a fraction of that is a heal on something. And then later on, we'll get actually the next talent. If we want to, we can put it in something so that we get a instant cast on our normally hard casted heals and make them cost no mana. Actually, I think it's just 20% reduced mana. It's not no mana. Wow. One dodged, one miss on the Blade of the Empire. That just feels so bad. Because I'm pretty sure we don't get our Insanity generation either. More bears over here? Might as well stay up this way for the bears. Not gonna lie, I kind of wish I was playing one of the classes with bows so I could be using my woodworking more. I'm tempted to make a staff and maybe upgrade a staff to see if we can get some good spell stats on it, because our abilities don't scale off of weapon damage. They scale off of spell power. So it might be worth just doing a staff for our weapon. Pretty sure I did that in the alpha for a bit, and it seemed to be decent numbers. Four more bears. There's one. Target acquired. Okay, it looks like we do get our insanity even if we miss. Two more bears. Thank you for accepting my invite before you killed that. Yeah, it did bounce off the bear and heal them. Unless that was a black blood tick, but I think it did bounce. So we don't need to use the macro anymore. Yeah, see? Actually, I think that was black blood. Black blood that time. We may not need to use the macro anymore to cast on self for Gaze of Cthulhu. Alright, let's go turn in all these quests and then we'll probably get back in the dungeon queue. I think we'll be close enough to where I won't have to suffer for too long. Maybe we'll go grab the sea turtle remains as well. Yeah, it's decent EXP. The stat prio, I'm pretty sure, is... Well, we'll have to see if we... I need to look at... do we still have the one where it boosts our intellect? It was like down here somewhere in the old tree. What was it called? There was a talent where we could get like boosted stats. So intellect was actually higher than spell power because we could like double boost our intellect. And we got like crit and other things from it as well. I don't think it's here anymore. It's on my old guide. I have a guide, not only a video on my channel, but also on the Ascension guides. It's on there. And I spoke to somebody who's also like another prominent, yeah, Empire Command. That sounds familiar. Yeah, you could like stack it up like multiple times. You can get like, I want to say anywhere between like 12-15% stat boost. Might have been even higher, but if you kept it stacked, you can get like, I think it was 12%. I think it was like 4% times 3. But lower levels, I think it's like spell power, intellect, and that. I mean, I think crit after that because there's because crits equals crit heals. Yeah, is it in the new one? Empire. Oh, is it up here now? Huh. So it's just a straight up raw passive. You just gotta dump 3 points into it. But it's over here on the tank tree. Ooh, we got a point to spend. Okay. Do we want to heal our lowest health ally? So like this one I just feel like is so low value for a talent point early on. Our auto attacks are probably just like very little. So I think the main question is, do we want to double the amount of Blade of Yogg-Saron, or do we want to get the malevolent power going? I think we want to go full passive. I think I just want to put another point in Blade of Yogg-Saron because I honestly think that pressing Blade of Empire is going to heal just as much as casting Eldritch Mending, and I just don't want to have to care about pushing another button. Sure, we can run out of charges of that, but if we weave it in with our malevolences and other abilities, I think it'll be fine. Yeah, and this next quest should get us really close to 20. Yeah, Primalist was actually the first class I played in the alpha. So speaking of that talent, the malevolent power, where it gives us a instant cast Eldritch Mending. Whenever I played Primalist, I thought there would be something more like that, where like I just do my rotation, AoE heal things, and then I could get like an instant cast chain heal or something to cast in situational, in to cast situationally, let's say. But it didn't really pan out that way. Um, what is this? Is this all something I can do right here? Instead, I think it turned out to be like casting hots on people and then kind of keeping them, like refreshing them. And it was a little bit more. Think of like a DPS class has a lot of dot management, but it was like a healing class with a lot of hot management. Hey, Smilo. To be honest, I have not tanked in Conquest of Azeroth, but Smilo is in the chat. Smilo, what do you think the best? What do you think the best tank options are right now? I think Guardian is probably like the most straightforward. Do your rotation and take like very little damage. I've seen a lot of pretty good Guardian ones, but like the Nubarak bug tank, was it Venomancer? I believe they have a tank spec too. That one just thematically looks cool to me. Let's go out here and grab this one, and then I promise, this is the last quest, and then we'll go into dungeons after this. What are the other? Is Knight of Zoloth? Is that one have a decent tank? Is that like a self-sustaining tank? All right, Sea Turtle remains acquired. Yeah. Yeah, the Beetle tank, which is the Venomancer, I believe. That one just looks. I think if I did a tank class, that would be the first one I do. Just because the other specs, like the invis spider and like poison stuff, that also just looks fun. So I always kind of play classes that give me options because it's nice to just like change pace, and that way you don't have to level something new. And that's one reason why I like the cultist, because I know I can play a caster, DPS, melee DPS, and a tank if I wanted to. All right, let's queue up for dungeon after we sell this junk. And we don't need to sit in the inn. Sort our inventory. Yeah, yeah. The Knight of Zoloth. Okay, man, I knew more about these classes than I thought I did. But yeah, it's like a bunch of self-sustain. I think the overall balance in Conquest of Azeroth is pretty good in the in such that you can't like go wrong. You're not gonna be like stranded with a class that like doesn't do anything very well. It's always you're always gonna have something. You're always gonna like fit some sort of niche. Uh, and you're always gonna like excel at one aspect. I think it's very low chance that you good insta Q. It's very low chance that you get to max level and you're like, man, I wish I didn't level this because like I can't do anything well. All right. Do we have quest here? We do the book. All right, tank's not here yet. Is Fellsworn like avoidance or just straight up like is it a parry? This guy is dying to something in Duratar. What's this guy doing? No, Prestige doesn't allow you to change class. It just allows you. I mean, in Conquest of Azeroth, your only point of prestiging would be to like if you want to enjoy some of the challenges, the trials, like these things right here. Which I think I will do the crafting one soon. Wow, that Eldritch Mending actually healed for quite a bit. I think it also hit the same time his thing did. Gives these guys some mana buffs. They took my rest ability away. Not cool. Yep, just spam malevolence essentially. This low level. Easiest thing to do. Looks like black blood does not refresh. See, can we get a heal off of this? We did get a little bit of a heal. Get our Heralded Depths going. Do a bunch of AoE. Oh, I did not mean to hit that. Yeah, I like the look of the beetle as well. Like the transformations on the Venomancer are really good. Come on, level 20. See, I really need that. I'm tired of getting dodged, getting missed. And see, like, I'm hesitant to put down a tentacle right here because it's just going to start pulling everything in the room. Can I interrupt that? Nope. Okay. Okay, gonna need that. Gonna need that. Are all this need for us? It is. Read that. All right, got ourselves a nice necklace. And got ourselves some good boots. Were those better boots? Yeah, they were there. Okay. see what my DPS is at. 434 on the hammer. Compared to 0 on the hammer for missing. 468. Okay, we'll take that. Don't have a headpiece yet. Ooh, look at that sword. Do we have a headpiece on? No, we don't. Nice, level 20. No more missing. Then down here, we might take... I think we're going to take the haste one. Since, you know, our life is malevolent spam again. Easy. Yep, we take that as well. Alright, we got shoulders. This dungeon kind of geared us out. We need slightly better chest piece. Let's see, let's get some linen cloth. Oh, I was wrong. 2 bronze bars. Wow. Wind Rider staff and strangle kelp. Whoa, 11 intellect but -6 stam. Sure, we'll take that. Alright, not a bad run on that first dungeon of the day. Let's do some inventory management here. Do we want mana or spell power? So like right now, our Blade of the Empire does 78. Shadow damage, Malevolence does 69. 47 heal. If we put this on, 8 spell power. $74, 47 heal. 81. See, so like the spell power, cultist spell scale much better with skill power, just raw. Less so about weapon damage and that kind of stuff. So probably your biggest stat prio, at least early on. I mean, spell power, 1 point of spell power is usually always more potent than like the intellect and any scaling that you might have. Let's clear the rest of this stuff. That's enough. Alright, queue in our dungeon. Insta queue, huh? What's our enchanting at? Enchant our weapon. All right. No quests in here, I don't think, for us. No, the healing is still, here, you can see it now. It's still pretty much the same. It just does things in a different way than before, if you're referring to my video from a while back. So like we're still applying black blood, but we only do so through malevolence, and it doesn't stack. We have to get a talent to stack it up if we want to do that more. We still can get a talent to give us an instant cast on some of our abilities, like the hard casted heals. We still have like our little beacon of light that heals the tank. The rotation's gonna be slightly different unless you liked spamming malevolence, which is still a thing. Let's throw the shield in the tank here, since it looks like he wants to keep pulling. And once we start getting down to 20-ish% mana, we can start weaving in Sandy Tap. Did it a little bit early there. You do want to make sure you do it at low mana because it's based on missing mana. So you want to make that 20 insanity that we spend go the distance. I am slept. Oh, he's pulling all the bosses. Gonna go into Herald mode. Cool. Wow, this one's even better. Guess he doesn't care to do the other boss. Oh, nice. Yeah, that video saw quite the resurgence in the last day. I think like 1,300 more views. Just in the last couple days. Oh, that's cool. All right, on to the next one. Ooh, a belt. 6 intellect over 1 spell power. I think that's worth it because 1 spell power, even at this level, or excuse me, 6 intellect should be better. It's not. Okay, yeah, because we don't get spell power from intellect, we just get crit. But I think max mana is still really nice at low levels. See, can we craft a staff? I want to make a really cool staff. We need to level up. We need to get the next tier, I think. Man, people weren't lying about getting Scarlet Monastery just like over and over and over again. Whoa. That's, man, haste scaling on intellect? That does sound like a pretty good time. So right now I'm just kind of like weaving a Malevolence into Blade of the Empire just to give like time for my Blade of the Empire charges to come back. And Malevolence takes less mana. So that's all I'm doing right now. It's just kind of like my autopilot cast. Ensures I keep Black Blood up on everybody. And then on pulls like this, once I have enough insanity, I'll just do like an Entropic Slam. If it's single target, like on the boss, instead of Entropic Slam, I'll do an Hour of Twilight. Hammer of Twilight, excuse me. Now on this pull, I'm going to build up until I have enough insanity for Herald, and then I'm going to cast Herald and do that stuff so I do more damage and healing. See? Never looked at anybody's health that whole time. I just did DPS rotation. I haven't taken that talent yet just because I don't feel like managing dropping a tentacle as we're like zooming through dungeons while leveling. Nor do we have like the tentacle support talents yet at this level. Not to mention tentacles are like a liability for like pulling things right now. And I don't think with the scaling and without the support talents, it's actually going to be doing that much healing. So that's my rationale behind that. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's why I haven't taken those talents. I want to be as like effective and passive healing as possible currently. Like, don't get me wrong. If we're in a raid environment or like I'm just standing in a room with a boss, I definitely want that. And my previous, the way I built this before, I really did go into the reset Gaze of Cthulhu, cast it over and over again so I could spawn more tentacles and do that. Like, that is definitely my preferred way to build this if it's possible. Yeah, I can. So the talents I'm running right now. Let me just take care of this guy really quick. Talents I'm running right now, I'm pretty much going down the left side. Because this heal from the blade, you're casting blade all the time. And it's essentially like casting an Eldritch Mending on somebody. I just don't think the spell power scaling and other stuff is worth getting casting Eldritch Mending. I just don't want to do that. Like I said, I want to be passive. And then I come down here. Of course, you need Abyssal Covenant to keep your tank alive. And then I actually put a point down here in Dark Protection to increase tank healing even more. Essentially mitigating 10% of their damage as well. Back to you. Yeah, and that's fine. Like, you can't Cultist. You can't go wrong. Honestly. Like, they've made this the classes and everything pretty straightforward. And the learning curve, like, if you're at least just kind of following the breadcrumbs that are left for you in the talent tree and kind of like in the tooltips of everything, like, you're probably performing at 70 to 80%. You know, it's not like in other parts of Ascension where, you know, you're performing at like bottom tier 10% because you don't get this one interaction or something. In CoA, you're probably, like I said, doing like well over 50%, probably like 60-70% of what the class is meant to do. Here's a time where I can put the shield on the tank to buff her up while my dots heal him back up. So I do like to put the shield on them like right after they take some damage and pull. Let's read again. Yeah, so that way my dots can have a little breather and catch up and heal. Ooh, got the haste buff on right now, so my malevolences are going fast. And we're just standing and stuff, and everything's fine. All right, we got an extra talent point put over here. I think I forgot to put this in earlier. We're not really above Insanity 60 too much anyways. We could come over here so we can start getting points in Empire Commander that we were talking about before. But right now, that's 4% of like the few stats that we have. It's not a lot. So I think we just get the haste buff. And maximum mana by 15%. Like this path right here does seem kind of nice. A lot of these PvP-esque stuff like slowing and interrupting, those become really nice in Mythic Plus. I mean, heals are just insta-Q all day. Giraffe leather? Is that in Duratar? Is that on the Horde side, probably? That's the place where I could think of where you get giraffe type things. No, the health spender healer would be... it literally has blood in its name, if I'm not mistaken. There is one like that, but it's not the Cultist. The Cultist is, as you can see here, we're like hybrid. We're dealing damage and doing healing. Okay, we got the Horn. Horn Enjoyer. Well, that was fun. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a new one. Have you checked the database? Go to the Ascension website or ascension.db instead of GG and look up the quest. Might have some more details, or someone may have made a comment on it. I doubt the comment, but you never know. I think the people who play Conquest of Azeroth are a little bit more like classic friendly. Might be a little bit more active on those comments. Lead the Covenant. I'll look at that in just a second. 21. Actually, I'll look at it now. Oh yeah, that's the other side of the talent that I just took. Yeah, most of those split talents, it's like one is PvP oriented and the other one is PvE. To me, that's how I interpret it. Guess I can start decursing people. I feel like they're just gonna get cursed all over again. Oh. Yeah, see, curse is already gone. But one day I'll have a second look at it after this dungeon, I guess. So the client in German says blade talent says it reduces the cooldown of blade and eye by 4 seconds. Not that the blade heals. Let's get an upgrade on the shroud. I'm not paying attention to my mana. Do some sandy taps weaved in here. All right, let's look at that. Getting slight gear upgrades here. Let's look at that talent. Lead the Covenant. Yeah, so this would be like an ideal arena talent, right? You put a Covenant on your partner and you're healing each other. 50% of all healing done to allies through the Abyssal Covenant is now replicated to you. All right, but what do we want to put stuff in now? All right. Do I want to just skip Malevolent Power for now? It seems like we're doing fine without having to cast those. I think we do. I think we just ignore this side for now. We just go down the right side to start getting the talents for tentacles and stuff. Because that's way more fun anyways. And this is just more passive healing. Can we get the next staff? Shadow infused staff, forest woods. Let's craft a couple of these. Disenchant them. See if we get to level 70. All right. Nope. Did we get any of our gear upgrades from that? Ooh, a chest piece, but not good. All right, slightly better version of those. Ooh, we got the two-hander. I would really like to get the staff going though. Yeah, I doubt it obeys whatever language you're in. All right, let's do this. I want to level this up a bit more. Don't know how long that was going on, but the plan now is to go back to town, see if we can craft up some things with wild wood, hopefully get up to a respectable level of a staff with spell power on it. Don't know what low level dungeon would have been best to get a staff. I want to say, does Wailing Caverns have one? I feel like the bows seem really good. Level 14, 1 agility, 1 hit rating. Seems like an awesome thing to craft. Armor pen and agility. All right. Let's get these free trees in here. All right, so the resting buff turns on as soon as you get into the town instance. Oh, this quest was right here this whole time. Oh, you know what? I bet we have some abilities to rank up. Yep. Do we have any more that aren't that are above level 20? Nope. There is no sawmill here. I think we might need to go to Red Ridge to quest some more. Yeah. Let's get our Hearthstone. Cultist tank and PvP. I'm not a PvPer, I'll admit that. But knowing the talents with the CC and some sustain, as well as some like buddy protection, it seems like on paper it would be good. Let's put a bunch of this crafting stuff in here. 7 intellect. Man, the chess piece. We are really struggling to get some better ones. All right. Did we do the feather? Wasn't sure if that was the one I owned. I mean, everyone's gonna get one, right? When they join the server, so if I used it, it's no big deal. Is there a sawmill in Red Ridge? Wait, there's a sawmill here in Stormwind? Up here? Okay. Okay, it's over there. So I might as well go to the one here in Stormwind. Continue getting our resting buff, which is where? Hello? Do we actually have to sit in the inn? Yeah, the one all the way over here. It's kind of a pain in the butt to get to. It's like a longer ride. Have to fly and then ride over there. Might as well just ride up here. Use the new one. I mean, if you're mainly just questing, you're not getting in groups, the Godblade is probably better, faster to kill things. But you know, hey, if you want to get in dungeons, insta queue, Heretic is the way to go, and I'm definitely still enjoying it, even though it's not the way that I wanted it to go in terms of like the mechanics and everything. Please don't tell me I'm gonna have to go upstairs again. My instinct tells me it's like down here. But also I noticed that there's like no visual indicator of the sawmills. It's just like okay. I guess this is the visual indicator. There's people around here too. Okay, so we crafted those. Let's make a couple pages and a couple fibers. Carved boomerang. This seems like the best bang for our buck to level. Actually, The upgrade kits, we're gonna need those. Where did the upgrade, what did it take? Oh, Wildwood Plank. Oh. I don't think I need the poles anymore. No, it's not hard. You just one more moment and I'll go in a dungeon. You can see how it works. All right, we'll need at least one of these upgrade kits. So we can just use this to level. Make some more fiber. Yeah, it's like it's almost a melee DPS rotation. Does this guy have does this guy sell stuff? Nope. But it's okay. We crafted all the things that we could with the lumber that we had. So we can go back. Alright, here, let's jump in the dungeon and I'll show you how it works. Oh no, we lost our insta queue. Oh well. Did they add any light masters around here? Doesn't look like it. Just the one. Alright, not quite insta. Alright, now we can finish the quest in here with the shamans. Alright, we first put our Abyssal Covenant on the tank, which is kind of like a beacon. It reduces their damage, or it diverts 10% of the damage dealt to them to me. And then it also makes it so that our damage turns into heals on them. We're going to do a Malevolence. It puts black blood on nearby allies, which is a heal over time effect. That's what you see ticking on the screen there. But it also, you know, does a good amount of damage, and therefore heals the tank. And then we have a talent that converts our damage from this Blade of the Empire to just like a direct heal. So it's almost like an on-demand heal, which we do have, and the tank's taking a lot of damage, so I'm going to cast our bubble shield on him to give my heals time to catch up. But as you can see, I'm like not targeting the tank. I'm just dealing damage, and he gets healed. And I'm doing AoE heals at that. And he's pulled a lot. But it looks like maybe he popped some cooldowns. I popped one of my cooldowns. It's this Herald of the Depths. It's like an avatar form that I can go in, and it increases my damage and healing. Yeah, it's, you know, almost all the stuff from my original guide holds true. Like, you still kind of play in the same fashion. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I can come back up right here. But, you know, some of the mechanics switched up a little bit. Tank's just not paying attention. And see, we're just out healing this damage. Tank is somehow the squishiest person in here. Do we have some drink? We should be converting our insanity to mana with our sanity tap. I just forgot to do that just now. There we go. Restores 20% of our missing mana. I think the quest up here is for Horde, so I don't think I get this one. Is this a stance? It is. Tank is still not paying attention. Okay. So this presence of Nazoth. Oh yeah, it's in our presence. I'm silly. It's right there on my stance bar. More damage instead of haste. I think since we're not just wailing on a single target forever, Maybe the extra damage is better in this situation. In dungeon diving. Maybe in a single target raid situation, the other one's better. Yeah, it's really fun. Highly recommend. I'm not spawning any tentacles in my back though. So you want to finish it? Looks like they want to finish it. Should start casting Gaze of Cthulhu on cooldown a bit more. Ooh, low on mana. Does it generate insanity? No, it does not. But yeah, the like cycle of refreshing Gaze of Cthulhu, casting it, and getting like more tentacles. I don't know if that whole rotation is still a thing. It's a shame if it's not, because that's what I really like doing before. Should be casting this Sermon of Dread a little bit more often too. Oh, a staff. Let's go. All right. Don't know if that will net us more healing or not with the spell power. I think it might, because it's all damage, right? Oh, an intellect ring as well. Nice. One whole intellect. So, weapon damage is not that big of a deal. 88 shadow damage on that. 77 and 51. Now it is. Ooh, it's less. 87, 80, and 50. Interesting. Somehow, I know Blade of the Empire has 0.25 attack power scaling. So strength does give us attack power, and we have 4 strength on this, and it only has 0.2 spell power scaling on Blade of the Empire. So we lose 5% on the scaling of that one. So that's why that changes. So maybe we're better off with just a strength 2-hander for now. Let us go to Red Ridge. Yeah, Malevolence, you keep the buff up, but it's also just like you can move while casting it. So if like for some reason your tank starts moving, you don't have to interrupt what you're doing, even though everything else is instant anyways. But it's cheaper in mana, like 39 mana versus 52 mana. It's not that much, but it's really the only thing we have that's spammable anyways. So I just weave it. I'll do a Malevolence, Blade, Malevolence, Blade, and then like I'll cast a Hammer of Twilight if it's single target, or an Entropic Slam if it's AoE, or I'll throw in a Gaze of Cthulhu just for extra damage. It seems like Gaze of Cthulhu bounces off enemies and goes to allies now, but I don't know what the priority is on that. It's still damage, and it's a good amount of damage. Actually, you know what? Let's turn on a recount so we can see numbers. Like before, we had a way to reset Blade of the Empire. I think it was just with melee. So we could kind of always be casting Blade of the Empire. I think it's turned on. It's just load out of date add-ons and you turn that on. Do you have a full talent tree so I know how to build it? Yeah, they changed a lot of the talents, Diego. I mean, I myself am gonna have to play it, but it should be pretty straightforward still on like taking less damage, the spell effects, like that's a PvP talent. Critical strike of Blade Empire's increase. That's a PvE talent. And it's just a matter of like where you put points on one side or another to get down to these capstones. Let me look at these capstones really quick. While Herald of Depths is active, you now transform into a faceless monstrosity, increasing your critical healing, dealing critical strike chance by 20%, but reducing its duration by 5%. You're now immune. So this reads to me as a PvP talent. Every 1 second while Hand of Yogg-Saron is active, you now trigger Horrific Revelation on the target and generate 5 Insanity. So Horrific Revelation heals a friendly target for 157. Scaling with Insanity increases their critical strike chance by 1%. By that, I imagine that means chance to critically strike that target. And then Dark Prophet, healing done by Abyssal Covenant now heals 5 lowest health enemies. Healing done by Black Blood now critically strike. Alright, so this is obviously like AoE raid healing down here. Some tank stuff. More stacking of Black Blood. That one seems like mandatory for raid healing. Melee ability damage now reduces the duration of Racked Mind. That one seems alright. It's not as good as the old Serenite Cube, in my opinion. PvP on the other side. So you got some heavy, like, allowing you to shield the tank more AoE healing on the right side here. So personally, I'm going to come down the right side. And then maybe situational horrific revelations. I think if I remember right, the middle was like boss fights where there is a time where you need to pump out tons of damage and or healing. So that's where like these cooldowns like Hand of Yogg-Saron and this horrific revelations would be useful. If it's just a fight where you just need to be pumping out tons of heals across the raid, I think that's where you're just always coming down the right side here. Because you're just doing tons of healing through your black blood. You're stacking it 2 times. You're just healing everyone for free. So, oh, void power. Your healing power is increased based on your main hand weapon damage. So that answers that question about the staff and the swords or the two-handers. We're just going to be like strength two-hander most likely to get the most damage. Oh, 3 times your spell critical strike rating. So that also tells me that we're yeah, intellect. This scaling right here, along with if we do Empire Commander, late game intellect's going to be over spell power most likely because we're going to get crit from that intellect, and then that attack power scales better with Blade of the Empire, and then Malevolence. Let's see what Malevolence, what that scaling is. I just want to make sure I'm looking up the right one. %10 of attack power to direct component. This is weird up here, this tooltip. But yeah, scaling attack power is still going to be good. It's gonna boost our other stuff. So I hope that helps, but we're just gonna have to wait until I get up into later content to make my own decision on what the best in-between talents are. But that's what I recommend doing, is going down the right side just for like dungeons and healing or raiding AoE heals. Really thought it would allow me to insta land. Guess while we're riding. And then the tentacle synergy. Casting Gives a Cthulhu now has a 30% chance to cause your tentacles blast the enemy. Eldritch Command still a thing. Duration of tentacles. Gaze of Cthulhu. Kind of synergies we have here. Yeah, not as many as before, I don't think. Blade of the Empire. Yeah, melee critical strikes increase. So we want to get this talent probably first once we unlock the 2 talents from before. Oh, so the server crashing. Looks like it is. Oh, yeah, I'll update. I mean, there's one right now on the database. So, yep, it went down. So if you go to guides, and honestly, just search heretic. Yep. Still the only heretic guide up right now. Project Ascension Hub's Heretic Cultist Guide. This is the old one. Here's a link to the video. Yep, tree is different now. Yeah, the rotation will change. We no longer have to do Entropic Slam to get Void touched. And then, like, the need to cast Gaze of Cthulhu, I don't know if that will be necessary. I don't know how much Gaze of Cthulhu is going to be in rotation anymore. These macros will still be relevant. We don't have to do Tentacle of Gods. It casts on the player now anyways. It's no longer a, like, click to place on the ground. Void Shield on focus, that's still a good one. This one probably casts on the ground as well. Maybe it's a huge AoE placement. Not sure. Oh, there's an update on the launcher as well. All right. Seriously? Where's it going to put me if I walk out of here? Right there. Okay. Let me just do that. All right, new dungeon. Quests. It's probably the real test on. Yeah, see, like right there, my Gaze of Cthulhu did bounce off an enemy and heal everyone else, but I don't know if the priority changes on how it bounces if I do it that way. Like if there's more enemies to hit, does it prioritize jumping to them before my allies or what? Blade Storm. Bone Storm, I mean. All right. Let's train up some abilities. All right. Those are good upgrades. And then we got Town Cultistry. Yep. I guess we're going over here. Guess we have this as a cooldown if you need it. I'm pretty sure we could use Abyssal Ward on targets before. Am I crazy? Yeah, fresh level 15 tank is hard to heal. So it's like a really good test of healing ability. Not necessarily ability, but like of the class. I'm not saying that I'm better because he could stay alive. I'm just saying the output. I think I'm gonna do more Hammer of Twilight so I can get like higher spikes of single target healing. Oh, I need to put the thing back on him, derp. That's why he's not getting healed. I think he died last time and I didn't reapply the Covenant on him, and that's why he's dying. So that was my bad. Pretty sure this is the same as before. Alright, we managed to keep him alive. Slowly get my mana back up. Just tapping in between each, doing a sanity tap in between every malevolence and blade. Looks like I'm gonna have to set up a weak aura to see my insanity since the default bar is no longer here. Alright, kept them alive. Oh no. Okay, that didn't heal too much. Ooh, that's actually really good for us. Spell crit, intellect. That is also really good for us. Alright, we got that. Did it scale down? Yeah, I think as long as I have like 3 targets, it's better to do Entropic Slam. This equates to more heals. Otherwise, I do Hammer, because it only costs 4 insanity. Res. Where's my res? Alright. Well, I was resing, but... Okay, belt upgrade. No, it's scaled down. Okay, so it's showing me the scaled up versions. And then when it drops to me, it scales to my level. Okay. Man, everybody's needing on these two-handers. So, duo high risk. I mean, Cultist does have a lot of buddy healing. So, because of this Abyssal Covenant, you share 10% of the damage, or the 10% of the damage of your Abyssal Covenant target is redirected to you. And then you could also make, 20% of all your damage heals your target of that. And then you can make you get some of that damage or that healing back as well. So even though I am not a PvPer, it seems that the Cultist does make for a decent PvP heal. As I'm dying. A little too much there. We are third place DPS. That's all right. I mean, the tank, well, something happened. We pulled way too much in that section. And this is a level now 16 tank. Like, they literally just dinged enough to hit random dungeon finder, and now they're here. So they're probably in like, yeah, they're missing slots. They're just in like very low level gear. It happens. It's gonna be tough to heal. Especially since this kind of healer does, it's AoE. You got a lot of like our main healer is the black blood there, as you can see, 41%. And that is just like a heal over time effect that we apply. I mean, it's being applied to everyone, so that's why it's the top one. But then Abyssal Covenant is number 3. That is our heat damage converted to healing that's on our tank. And then finally, or in second place, we have Blade of Yogg-Saron. That's that talent that I took over the Tentacle one, and it's number 2. Every time we press this, it just heals somebody. It's almost just like pressing a Holy Shock or a heal. Smart heal. Yeah, and you have a lot of like damage, and like the point that I was forced to put up here, this Abyssal Ward reduces damage because the clash tree is going to be like for all 3 classes, and since the Cultist has 4 specs, I said all 3, I meant all specs. So since the cultist has 4 specs and one of them's a tank, that means you have some talents over there that are going to be in survivability and like stat scaling, which is really nice, I think. So that means you have some good options to go in and be more resilient in PvP. And you also have pretty good crowd control in the cultists. You have some like, you have a fear. You have the one that we have right now is this mass nightmare. I can horrify stuff in AoE. It doesn't interrupt spell casting. Actually, yeah. But if they're horrified, then don't they interrupt spellcasting? I'm confused about that interrupting non-player spellcasting part. Now that I read into that, but yeah, there's some other things too. You have like a larger, like what's in the thumbnail of like where you pick them up and force choke them in the sky to interrupt and like CC them. They also take more damage unless they change that tooltip. Yeah, I think it's a talent. I don't think it's like a free ability you get anymore. So yeah, honestly, I think like for stuff like arena, and if you're doing duo like high risk, I think cultist heretic is pretty strong. Even having not played it myself. In PvP, that is. That was close. I think we'd rather more intellect and spell power than the crit. So the thing with the armor though, you you end up wearing intellect gear, which I think the best intellect gear for it might even be cloth. So even though you can wear plate, I don't know, intellect plate crit gear might be good too. That's where I was at before when I was running Mythic Plus on the alpha. I was kind of like experimenting with different sets to see which ones were the best. And I didn't really come to a conclusion on that. And like in PvP, it completely changes, you know, your needs. So and is this better? I think so. Just raw intellect and spell power. I think that's better. All right. Red Ridge now. Let's go sell some of the stuff really quick. What are they? Sun Cleric? I think they need mana. Let's give everybody mana buff. When's our next major passive? Level 30? 30, 40, and 50, huh? Okay. Honestly, 2 targets is enough to do an Entropic Slam. To be better than a hammer. Because it's like an average of like 1... It's like 2/3 damage of 1 hammer. So once you have 2 targets, it's more. Which I just did hammer right there for some reason. Oh, they are pulling everything? What's happening? Time for my cooldown, for my defensive? I don't know what they were thinking there, but maybe we can salvage it. Okay, we did. Need to buy some drink. At times like this, we get our mana back up. Ooh, we got our bonus spell and damage up to 50 now. Yeah, that hammer was pitiful. Like, I would have taken 2 targets on Tropic Slime any day. Yeah, see, like almost 500 damage worth that gets converted into healing. Doing this boss or something? Oh no, I dropped a tentacle. Hopefully it doesn't pull everything in the room, but I think we just did anyways. See, that's exactly why I'm just not a fan of using the tentacles right now. Just pulled that mob. Pop in Herald, popped my Abyssal Defense thing. All right, new talent. Yeah, like I don't even want to put it in that tentacle talent right now. I think I'm gonna do the auto attack talent. I've used my defensive so much this dungeon. I guess we'll put the point there because in the event we do drop it, it's still extra healing. Like right now, the whole room is bold. Might as well drop it. Shadow Pennant, is that the name of it? Don't think so. We'll have to see what that shows up as. Oh no, what did I do? Did I just pull something? Okay. Or if it just shows up as black blood healing. Probably does. puts a tentacle over there, so hopefully it doesn't pull anything extra. Spell power. Guess we'll take that. That is an upgrade. I guess at low levels, even though it's not a lot of healing, it's still like a polearm with strength, intellect, and spell power. This is better. It is better. That's cool. Oh, need to make sure I press Sandy Tap on this next pull immediately. Actually, my mana is regenerating passively pretty quickly. And this almost does as much damage as his polearm does. But there's no spell power on it though. Okay, I'm gonna focus on casting Gaze of Cthulhu on cooldown. See what kind of numbers we get. Man, if this was Int spell power, that'd been good. Oh my goodness. Okay, this pull went way better. Okay, an axe with intellect and spell pin. That's not quite what we're looking for. Oh, you gotta be quicker than that. All right. Nice. Whenever I have Herald up, I can just do hammer, blade, back to back. Which I guess Herald doesn't have any passive insanity generation, so I don't know why that's different. I thought it either reduces the cost or gives me insanity, but maybe I made that up in a previous version of Cultist. Messed up my Herald opening. Alright, got it back. Okay. The mob went crazy for a second. Okay. See if we can get the belt this time. Is this better? Let's see, 120, 154. That's definitely going to be an upgrade. 101.54. Nope, not better. Okay. Raw spell power is just way more powerful at lower levels.
I have the finest wires in the land.
What about this? I think we tried this already, but the scaling for attack power. Yeah. It's just better than putting on the staff. Okay. Wonder if it's just faster to quest at this point than dungeons. Oh no, I do not want that. Let's abandon all these Dark Shore quests. I think I had an add-on to delete all my quests, but don't know where it's at. Alright, new dungeon finally. Don't remember which ones I want. I know there's a couple that you just skip. So am I seeing this right, that they just made the rest, just like if you stand still for a little bit, you just sit down and start resting? think we have some quest over there, but nobody got time for that. Disarm. Being brutal as a healer kind of sucks. I guess that's one PvP aspect. Like if you get disarmed, it really like hurt your healing output. I honestly don't know what class is disarm right now. I imagine brigand. I think that's the ranger subclass spec. All right, we're risking it, putting that tentacle down, see if it pulls the whole room. Oh, he pulled the whole room, that's fine. Horrified them for the interrupts. Man, got excited. See if there's another spell power pole arm. Intellect spell power axe? One-handed? Yeah, I think something's missing from the Herald of the Depths tooltip. Pretty sure I'm getting mana back. I'm getting insanity. Which I believe were some talents that you could take before. But maybe it's like baked in now. Put down tentacle right here. Oh, nope, it got line of sighted immediately. Let's get Herald active. Looks like we might need it here. Or not. Has so much sustain in that class. Killing us through the floor. Ooh. Bubble him. We mass horrify. Make sure we get a break to cast our malevolence. Why do I still have aggro? Ooh, need that. Actually, it's better than that one. So in this situation, I am not putting down that tentacle because I feel like it would immediately pull the boss. A more powerful spell. Oh. Got a more powerful blessing of wisdom on me. Should have had tentacle out right there. Alright, that was pretty easy. We really need that blink. Just like a little movement ability. I remember it being kind of in the first third or so of the cultist tree. 4. Nice. Almost broke 100 HPS. All right, does this do anything for us for the quest? I think we already did it. All right, where's the innkeeper? Is it over here? Yeah. Okay, so we are in a resting area now. All right.
How are you? See you around. Safe travels.
Good day to you.
Let's see. Are any of these upgrades? Nothing so far. Eight spell power. I think we want to keep the raw spell power still. Nope, nothing good there.
Step on up.
Nothing to learn. We did learn a new spell. Whispers of Nazoth. Total. Okay, so we got kings. Now we have kings and wisdom. All right. And a talent point. I guess we're going all attributes. So the add-on for stats summary is called, let me pull this up. Go to add-ons. All stats. So you can see all your stats at once. Actually, I don't think it's that one. Let me scroll through here. Oh, okay. The ones I have downloaded are checked, so that'll make it easier. Rating Buster. There we go. Converts combat ratings in your tooltips into percentages. so that you have more meaningful information when comparing different items. That one right there. That's what you want. And I believe it shows up as a out of date add-on. So whenever you after you load it, you want to go into your add-on settings to turn on or to load all out of date add-ons as well. Because it wasn't working before I did that. Same thing with recount. Recount's another one that does that. Yeah. Yeah, quite a few add-ons are like that, even if you download them from the launcher. Maybe this group will want to do all the quests. All right, get to give everybody kings this time. Interact with left click. I mean, I imagine that's in your... probably in the same place. Now, if you're looking for... I know it's not the same thing, but for anyone wondering, click to move is not a thing in Ascension. Do not have that enabled. I would imagine that one would be there. I wonder if it's under your... I don't know. I vaguely remember that being just an option you can toggle. I don't think it's your keybinds. Yeah. Alright, see if the tank saw my pings. Alright, we got that. And I think we need to kill the boss over here for the other one. spike dagger. Okay. I feel like we're doing good damage. Yeah, we are. I think I accidentally wiped it, but we were number one. Any suggestions for a fun tank with decent DPS specs? Currently trying to Witch Hunter at level 7, but it's slow. We were talking about Venomancer earlier. I think that's like probably, to me, the most fun looking flavor wise. And I think you have some options with DPS specs. You know, you got the spider. I think it has is it a support or like an off heal as well? I can't remember. Alright, I think the reason why we're topping the DPS charge is because, no, it did it. It pulled. Whoa, this is a really good belt. Those are higher level if I didn't finish my sentence there. All these other DPS are quite the low level. And the scaling doesn't quite do justice on the DPS meters. No, I don't think you need the shift very much. Maybe in PvP. I mean, I've had, albeit it's low level, I've had a bunch of Venomancer tanks. And they haven't been stance swapping. I agree, though. I don't like that. I don't like having to do that either, so I totally get not wanting to have to deal with that. Like snapshotting and all that kind of stuff, I'm not a fan. Don't like having to deal with it. I mean, Guardian, you can be a support, and it's a pretty straightforward tank. did not get the belt. Yeah, level 15 is when the dungeon finder opens up. But I believe there's like that little mini dungeon. I think there's that dungeon in the human starting zone now. You can go do. I don't know what level minimum is for that. I imagine it's like 11, 12 or something. It's kind of like a Wailing Caverns equivalent. Hope this tank is ready for my pet to pull something. Okay, it didn't, or it did and picked it up. I'm just not caring. I'm just kind of like going by feel. You know, I'm resisting pushing some of my DPS buttons if I know I'm getting low on mana. Like right now, so I can do a sandy tap. But yeah, otherwise I'm not really managing it very well. I just know that I can do Malevolence Blade and then have somewhere around Sandy to do like an Entropic Slam. And that's it. But I need to make a weak aura for it. Whoa, is that better? Don't want to need it. But yeah, later on, like when I want to time things properly, like I want to make sure I can heal the depths of certain places. Like, you know, when I really need to make sure I am ready for certain things, like in a boss fight or in Mythic Plus for certain areas, then I'll set that up. But for now, I'm just pressing buttons for now. Not to mention, like, some of the min-maxing and sandy stuff, I believe, is in some talents I don't have yet to, like, do some reset and, like, maximize, you know, spending and gaining insanity back. Right now, it's just, like, making sure I have enough to keep my mana up. And if I want to do Herald of the Depths, that's pretty much my only decision making right now with Insanity. And spending excess with Entropic Slam, which I just kind of do whenever it's up and there's more than 2 enemies. I'm tapping when I get down to like 20 something mana. Yeah, CoA is out. Get in here. And for whatever reason, you know, they're giving you a 200 DP chest that gives you like this transmog for that matches your class. You can pick from one of the class sets. I can pull up what that looks like here in just a second. And then you also get like 30 slot bags. Your specs. You get like all the stuff that you usually get with the bundles on like other seasons. You get like the personal bank vault and the realm bank vault. You get the feather to unlock all the flight paths. You get the books, artisan, stuff like that. A bunch of consumables. Yeah, like all the stuff that you get from like the big bundles from previous seasons. Where was it announced? On Discord. And they put out a YouTube video that had like over 200,000 views last time I checked. I even heard some other known streamers were hopping on yesterday. I don't know if that was just people memeing, but yeah. I got in late, so my queue was like 6,000 yesterday when I was finally able to log on. It was like like 4 hours after launch. I'm just going to Herald here to ensure we live and I do some damage. So about that casting Gaze of Cthulhu on cooldown, I haven't been really doing a good job of that. I wonder if I should just bind it or macro it to one of my other abilities, like Blade of the Empire or something. Oh wait, but it's on a global cooldown, so never mind. This guy's doing the other quest. Thank you. Oh, this is a boss right here? Where's the quest item? Wasn't there a quest item right here? Oh, there it is. No, it's a giant clam. It's not the quest item. This guy just likes 100%ing all the bosses in here, I guess. So, the good and bad about the Ascension lawsuit is that it's mostly targeting the people, and then the whole, like, fact that the servers exist where they do, or they don't exist, more specifically in this situation. You know, it's, there's a chance that it stays afloat. The reason why a lot of the other ones were a problem is because the projects themselves were also deeply tied to the people that were being prosecuted. So in this case, you could technically remove the people out of the equation and the Ascension could still keep going. So that's why there's some resilience to this one. Hey, we dinged. Give me talent. Oh my goodness. All right, talent. Do we just put another point in Shadow Pennant? Or... Oh, this is an AoE shield? We just put some all allies? Yeah, I think we keep going down. So we can keep going down the right side. Yeah, it will be around for at least a bit longer. So, I mean, even from the get-go when I started playing, it was just a matter of like, enjoy it while it's here, and if it's gone, then, you know. Is what it is on that point. Yeah. There's also a weak aura tutorial on the channel if you wanted to see how to make some more things. I'm surprised they took that out because I felt like that was one of the nice polished aspects of the game. There might be an option to turn it on, and I just haven't found it. I haven't looked for it very hard either. Did I get those gloves? I did. I imagine the BG, excuse me, or the PvP is slightly better in CoA. I think people, because it's going to be balanced more, right? It's easier to balance whenever you have like sandboxes of abilities that you don't have to compensate for like unexpected combinations or interactions of things like you do in the classless seasons. So I originally wasn't gonna reinstall and play it, but like it kind of seemed like maybe it was just like a final cash grab of things before they had to go and take it all down. But then they made the changes they did and threw in the battle chest or whatever, and the vibe, it kind of came off more as they're trying to keep it alive. So, and like the resources they put into the server, um, that they were gonna start the second server and everything. Wasn't sure if they were gonna do that before. Yeah, Gaze of Cthulhu hitting the allies off of an enemy is pretty big. It's nice in fights like that where I can just hit my target and get some heals on the party. Decent damage. Oh yeah, heals are super fast. So, whoops. So should be insta. Yeah, it's insta key right now. So, all right. I'm going to get my resting buff back. So that's going to take a good 15 minutes. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Take a break myself until we start more dungeons. So just hang tight and we'll go do some dungeons.
Who's training the new guy?
Just a couple more minutes, and then we're off to dungeoning some more. I do like my game spikes latency, the FPS. Yeah, there might be some priorities you can do on that. I think it automatically runs it as admin. Oh, not latency, the FPS. I think WoW is usually like a CPU heavy thing. Alright, let's go. Dead mines. Somebody did not want to run this. But we do. A little touch and go there, but we bounce back, except for the DPS that drew too much aggro. Can we just stand in this blade storm now? I guess so. Yeah, I mean, let's just stand in this thing right here and forget about it. I have enjoyed playing this. I mean, I leveled to max and did like Mythic Plus and rating during the alpha, but I've enjoyed it so far on the actual release. Still pretty strong. You know, I'm not clicking on any frames, I'm just DPSing. Everybody's getting healed, unless we'll see how this pull goes. Pop some cooldowns on this one, but seems to be going alright. No interrupts? Okay. Yeah, I thought I had a death grip. Don't know what happened to that. Do I need to go back for some bandanas? I think I do. Okay, got it. Seriously. But at least we got the last bandana. Oh wow, he just came through. It's all according to plan. The attack speed one, in the haste one. Or is there another one later on? Because they were edicts before, whenever I played on the alpha. And they were different. Right now I'm using the tentacles on my back. Just because, like, I think tank healing is the premium, or like the thing I want to focus on. I'm just dealing as much damage to channel in through Abyssal Covenant. But I don't know if those count as my damage or not, or if it's a pet situation going on there. So guess I could just check it out. On the meter. Because if it comes up as presence of N'Zoth on the meter, I'm inclined to think that it is counted as my damage, not a pet. And once we're just like hitting one big dumb boss over and over again, I definitely think the haste one will be the way to go. I'm just waiting for it to come up on the DPS meter. It does. Okay, it looks like it does count as a pet. So I don't know if my logic of more damage to get more healing to the to the tank, I don't think it's holding up. Because it looks like it is a pet. Because I'm not spawning any tentacles, so it's definitely the back ones that it's referring to right there. Whoops. Oh, the lavishly jeweled ring. Finally. Now that I don't need to hit anymore. Okay, it's getting a little hairy. Our Herald. Oh, now everything's dead. It looks all scary and then everything dies and it's fine. Yeah, you're right. I mean, now that I know that, not to mention their proc rate is pretty low. So, yeah, I'm probably getting just as much damage from the increased haste as I am from the N'Zoth tentacles. I was definitely gonna go back to the haste later, but now that I've checked and they are counting as pets, it's doubly not good. Oh yeah, I did, my bad. Congrats on your necromancer. The changes to it look pretty good. I remember not being as impressed with it during the alpha as I thought I would be.
But ever since like the big round of changes they made in the alpha, I didn't really play anything. I was sad how they changed the edicts. I missed my shielding that I could do. I think it was the Edict of Pride or something like that, which is an ironic name. Or convenient. And then, you know, having to press Malevolence even more. Not a fan of that. Wish they changed this fight, but they didn't. Is this better? We'll try it. Yeah, I need to make a weak aura that screams at me whenever I get to a certain amount of mana. So I can prioritize doing Sandy Tap. Not really prioritize, but just be aware. This thing doesn't refresh with the black blood. Like right now I have 5 seconds left of black blood. Yeah, and it's still counting down. Yeah. I wonder if there's some weird coding with like the talent that lets you stack it up to 2 if it changes that. That is annoying to me too. I don't like when you apply something, it doesn't let you refresh it. Like I remember on the Locust Ranger build, there was a
talent that lets you spread your insect swarm to things when you hit it with Chimera Shot, I believe. Or maybe it was a fully charged Wrath. Can't remember the name of the interaction or the talent that lets you do it, but like it would spread it, but it would spread it at whatever value the target's insect swarm is at. So if it was at 2 seconds, it would spread a 2-second swarm, insect swarm, which I feel like is lame. It should just like, it should apply a fresh application of the spell. Out of mana. Technically better than what I have. One more intellect. Agility, stand, intellect, spell power. Wow. And the offhand. Who wants agility on their and uses an offhand? It's a hybrid offhand user. What stats to aim for early level, and do you use two-handed sword? So yeah, I'm using two-handers right now. Mace's sword. Mace is probably what we want to go for. There's like some Ret Paladin maces later on, I think, that we can get because we want spell power. And like, ooh, oh, now we want the spell power. And weapon damage does matter eventually once we get void power. Your healing power is increased based on your main hand weapon damage. So more stats. And then stats, right now I'm prioritizing spell power on my gear and intellect. I'm going to keep my mana, my total mana up. I mean, ideally it would be like intellect strength, I guess, or intellect spell power. Because like these abilities scale off of, they have a 5% more scaling off of attack power. And Malevolent scales more, I think it scales evenly, honestly. But I'll just put it on. I'll put the gear on and see which one makes my numbers go up more on like Malevolent and Blade of the Empire. It's the easiest way to do it, just toggle it. Let me put this on them. That on. Boom. Try to right click and see if it has an unlock. Usually those elements have options if you oh, server going down. You'll usually have some options to change the size of it and also to lock it and unlock it so you can move it. Because the heals from these abilities are just raw damage, right? For example, Blade of Yaxaron, damage dealt by Blade of Empire now heals for a percentage of damage dealt plus a number. No problem. So if you look at while we wait for the server to come back, Blade of Yogg. Is it here? No, it's not. This is the old stuff. So who even knows if this stuff is correct? But Malevolent scales 10% of attack power. And it's definitely a scale of some number of spell power because we have been seeing the number change. But I think if it's anything like the Blade of the Empire, it scales. Oh, wait. I was looking at one yesterday and it was 25 AP and 20 SP, but now it's been maybe updated. Oh, no, I was looking at this number. I was looking at it wrong. Yeah, 25 AP, 20 spell. So, Blade of the Empire, that heal being up there, Black Blood, I think that scales off of. We'll have to look at it in game, maybe. Let's just reboot this really quick. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's been a very long time since I played Mistweaver. I played it like right when Mop launched. But just realized that you guys probably weren't seeing what I was looking at. Oh, Brown's back. Never mind. But yeah, later on when we get into more challenging content, not to mention gearing just changes, opens up a little bit more later. We can get certain combination of stats and stats on certain slots. We'll see what scales our big healing abilities the most. Oh, did I forget to turn in some stuff? I did. This sells for more.
If I sit down, does it rest? Yeah, we really need that calculator now. The composition calculator. Look at all these buffs we have. Really want to like min-max your group composition. I just wish the like 3 melees you can cast mending for instant cast. I wish they kept that to affect malevolence, because like I don't need to cast mendings, but it would be nice that I could build up those stacks, then I could use it to refresh Black Blood up in malevolence. Like, that rotation makes sense to me.
Not only that, it would just make it more paying attention to an actual rotation as opposed to just spamming it. So now I just malevolence, something else. Malevolence, something else. Ooh, I want that. Upgrade. Upgrade. Just gotta get leveled down still. Upgrade. Yeah, sort of upgrade. I think. One spell power. 3 spell power. That was not an upgrade. No. Oh, for the class chest? Maybe. Oh, we got the library this time. I think I have the book quest. Stunned. Strength Intellect, spell power. If I had one more spell power, that would be worth it. Is that a question? I mean, if you don't have anything else to do, you might as well just be casting the Malevolence. Because, it still heals your tank off the damage you do. And it's the cheapest mana-wise that you can cast. Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt. They are moving towards us. Oh, mana. Wasn't paying attention to the mana. There we go. We're back. Nope, not LVUI. I'm not really a fan of that. It just changes everything. And I think for people who, like, the first time you played the game,
you logged in and you installed LWI and it's just like the only UI you know. That makes sense. Like it, you know, that works. But for me, not having played using that, I like some of the other elements. So this is a combination of mostly what you're seeing is Bartender and X-Pearl. So those are on the launcher as well. And to me, it just makes a super minimal, clean look to everything. Most of this is even stock. Yeah, like whenever I see people using LBI, like sometimes I look at it and I'm thinking that looks pretty clean. Honestly, it almost looks like a more modern game. What is happening? What are we doing? But sometimes what will usually happen, because I've tried it, like I've tried to actually get into using LBI. But what usually happens is like I want to change something and I cannot find the setting, or like I can't get it exactly the way I want it. And I would rather just have something else or this, you know? I think I missed the book back there. I can go back and get it after we're done, I guess. Unless they put it in this room? Can't remember. Just gonna kill us. Let's see. Go back and get the book. So this one right here? No. It's the Horde one. I think the Alliance one's like on one of these benches back here. I guess I missed it a long time ago. It's like all smart heals. So it's passive based off of my damage and smart healing people. So like when I use this ability, Blade of the Empire, it heals like 70% of the damage it deals. Okay, whatever. I don't know where it's at. And plus a little bit more.
And it does that to the lowest ally. Oh boy, we got some goodies from that level up. Alright, so dispel. This is the shield everyone. I'd rather put that there. What else did we get? Alright, so we got like a blessing. Tentacle of Yogg-Saron. Oh, so they took away the cooldown for tentacles, but they gave different tentacles. Does this one still do damage though? I don't think so. I don't think it does damage. Making those talents kind of pointless. But at least it won't pull people, it won't pull enemies anymore. And then this ability that you see me with the cast time, it's Malevolence. It puts a heal over time effect over everybody. Well, in a party, everyone, 5 nearby allies. I mean, it kind of makes the Twisted Insanity. I don't know. I'll have to look. Like, can you get down to the other tentacle synergies without taking the Twisted Insanity? Because if you can't, then like, kind of makes that a non-decision or a non-choice to just go with this one, and then you just have a dead talent point. Because we no longer have a chance to summon just like normal tentacles, I don't think. Through like Gaze of Cthulhu, which I think is something we had before. Yeah, Beam Splitter's baked in now. There was another talent I thought that I could look at my old guide. Hey, we got the armory this time. Yeah, we'll have to look at it, but I really don't think there's another way for us to create the normal damage dealing ones. Which makes those talents just dead to me. Well, at least he didn't disarm me. Oh, he disarmed me that time. I also need to make something to more clearly show whenever my tank has the shield debuff, the weakened soul or
whatever we want to call it. So I know when I can cast it on them or not. I think I can make my frames light up a different color based on it. Oh no, again? Okay, we're good. Little fear there. He's up on the damage. What if he whirlwinds at a certain percentage? What is it now? No. I thought my shields and defensives could have survived it, but I couldn't. I popped Abyssal Ward and I put on the Forbidden Ritual. Alright, let's get rid of some inventory. Yep, compare is still broken. Like that should have showed a definite upgrade, but it was broken. All right. Should have time for just a couple more. Oh no, we're not gonna line up. I mean, it'd be nice if the Yaxaran tentacle also like did some healing, like healing stream totem level. Do caster classes not have like pushback talents to get not no pushback during spellcasting? Just felt like that was it's been a thing in Ascension for so long. There's usually like a talent, but like that being a part of this to help out the raid doesn't seem like it's relevant either. Wow, I still have aggro. Oh, I pulled. That was close. I went to shield the tank and I guess he was debuffed. We just ain't going. Alright, well that was a little rough, but we got through it. Oh my goodness, I dropped that quest and I didn't pick it back up. All that for nothing almost. Alright, level 27, not bad. We might want to go quest in Stranglethorn or something for a little bit. It might be a little bit faster than the dungeons, but it did help having the well rested, which I'm now realizing also doesn't go away when you die. So that's a pretty good buff. Make sure to get that. But that will be it for today. A lot of people asked about the add-ons, deep aura or weak auras, and even though the Cultist guide is a little out of date, the rotations changed a little bit, it essentially plays the same in terms of it being a melee DPS rotation healer, where you're not clicking on frames hardly at all. You have some situational things that you can use, but otherwise you're just focusing on your DPS rotation and you're healing everything around you. So really good class if that's what you want to do. So check out that video and look at the weak aura video if you want to learn how to do that. Set that up for classes who's had their resource meters and other things taken away. Other than that, please say subscribe if you haven't already, so you can see next time that a video comes out and whenever I go live. Thanks for watching. See you next time.